Hello, I am a woman in my early 50s. The terrifying story I'm about to tell happened in the apartment complex where I used to live back in 2014. At the time, my family lived in a modest apartment building in Washington. It wasn't a huge place. It was mostly filled with middle-class families and working people, so the atmosphere was generally peaceful. One day, I saw a notice saying someone new was moving into the unit right next door. From the neighborhood gossip, I heard it was a young man moving in with his elderly disabled mother. About a week after they moved in, the young neighbor knocked on my door to introduce himself. He was quite shy and apologized in advance. He explained that his mother suffered from mental illness and might scream or bang on the walls at night. He hoped my family would understand. I liked him immediately because he was so polite. I told him not to worry, saying that hearing noises like that is just part of apartment living. He thanked me several times and went back inside. However, despite his warning, the apartment next door was strangely silent for the next 2 months. I almost never heard any of the screaming or banging he had mentioned. Then, one evening, while my family was in the living room watching TV, a series of loud noises suddenly erupted from next door. It sounded like furniture being smashed. Immediately after, I heard a man shouting and swearing loudly, his voice full of rage and aggression. The shouting lasted for a few minutes, mixed with the sound of heavy thuds, and then everything went dead silent. At the time, we just figured the mother was having an episode and the son was struggling to hold her down. Since everything went back to normal after that, we didn't think much more about it. 2 weeks after that incident, I happened to share an elevator with a young man. He looked to be about the same age as my neighbor, but he was much taller, with sharp facial features and cold, emotionless eyes. When the elevator reached my floor, he stepped out, walked straight to the unit next door, casually punched in the door code, and walked inside. I felt a little confused. My neighbor had told me only he and his mother lived there. This man clearly wasn't him, but I figured it was probably just a friend or a relative visiting, so I brushed off my suspicion and went into my own home. A few days later, it was my youngest son's birthday. I made a large batch of cupcakes and brought them to the neighbors as a way to share the celebration. When I got to the unit next door, the person who opened the door was the same strange man I had seen in the elevator. I smiled, held out the box of cupcakes, and explained why I was there. Then, I casually asked where the other young man was, mentioning that he had come over to introduce himself before. As soon as I said that, the man's entire demeanor changed. His face twisted in annoyance, and his eyes turned ice cold. He insisted that he was the woman's son, and told me I must have the wrong person. I tried to explain that maybe I was just misremembering, but before I could finish, he shoved the box of cupcakes back at me. He told me never to show up there again, and slammed the door in my face. I stood in the hallway for a few seconds, both baffled and upset by how rude he was. A few days later, during the morning, I heard loud shouting in the hallway. When I peeked out, I saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the neighbor's door, knocking repeatedly and looking very frustrated. I asked her what was going on and learned she was the landlord. She complained that the rent hadn't been paid for months and she couldn't get a hold of the tenants. She kept calling out and banging on the door, her voice getting sharper and more impatient. I didn't want to get involved in someone else's business, so I closed my door and went back to my chores. But not long after, the building erupted into chaos. I heard police sirens and the sound of heavy footsteps rushing down the hall. When I looked out, I saw several police officers standing in front of the unit next door, quickly taping off the area. Neighbors started gathering in the hall, everyone confused and scared about what was happening. By that afternoon, the truth came out and spread through the building like wildfire. Inside that apartment across from me, the police had found a man's body hidden in the freezer. It was the polite young man who had knocked on my door to apologize for his mother. The strange man I had met in the elevator and spoken to at the door just days before was his killer. The murderer hadn't even tried to run away. For months, he had been living in that apartment, coming and going, as if he were the disabled woman's son. Because the mother had severe mental illness and wasn't fully aware of her surroundings, the imposter went undetected for a long time. Even more shocking was the police investigation's discovery that the killer was actually the victim's best friend. Looking back, I realized that the smashing sounds and the angry shouting my family had heard weeks earlier was likely the moment the murder took place. Just thinking about how I had casually walked past that door every day and even stood there talking to a killer while the body was just feet away in a freezer makes my skin crawl. After the investigation, the victim's mother was moved to a specialized care facility. My family and several other neighbors decided to move out shortly after to leave that haunted building behind. But even though I've moved away, the horrific memories of that year are burned into my mind, and I don't think they will ever fade.
One night, when my hunger and exhaustion had reached their breaking point, I decided to drive to Popeyes. It seemed like a harmless decision, but it dragged me into an experience so horrific that it has haunted me for the rest of my life. This happened last August. At the time, I was a sophomore at Rice University, and my name is Fiona. I was staying up late trying to finish a term paper. Around 11 p.m., my stomach started growling. I realized I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. Remembering a new Popeyes that had opened on Westheimer Road, I grabbed my coat and keys and headed out. I pulled into the Popeyes right at midnight. The parking lot was empty, except for an old white van parked out of sight behind the building. I pushed the door open, and the air inside was hot and thick with the smell of deep fryer grease. I walked up to the counter, but there was no one there. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty lobby. I waited for a moment, and when no one answered, I called out again. This time, a man slowly emerged from the back. The way he moved was bizarre, slow and stiff, like a puppet being controlled by someone who didn't know how to pull the strings. "Can I help you?" His voice was strained, as if he wasn't used to speaking. I froze when I got a good look at his face. He was gaunt, with pale, lifeless skin and deep, dark circles under his eyes. When he smiled, I saw yellowed teeth and a missing front tooth. I tried to keep my cool and quickly placed my order: a spicy chicken combo, large fries, and a Coke. I spoke fast, wanting to get my food and get out of there as soon as possible. He nodded and started punching buttons on the register. His fingers moved slowly and clumsily. I felt a jolt of fear when I noticed his fingernails were unusually long and caked with black dirt underneath. A wave of unease washed over me. It took him 3 tries just to swipe my card. The whole time he didn't look at the screen. He stared directly at my neck, his lips mumbling something I couldn't understand. "It'll be 10 minutes, he said, then turned his back and walked into the kitchen. I sat down at a table near the window and pulled out my phone, hoping to distract myself from the creeping anxiety. But a few minutes later, I bolted upright at the sound coming from the kitchen. There was a series of dry coughs, the sound of someone spitting, and then a noise like someone was gagging and vomiting. My body went stiff, and a wave of nausea hit me. Part of me wanted to run to my car right then, but a mix of curiosity and terror kept my feet glued to the floor. I stood up and crept toward the counter, trying to peek through the small gap in the service door. I completely froze. He was standing there with his back to me. On the prep table was my meal box. He was holding a large bottle of ketchup, but the cap was ripped off. He jammed the bottle against his mouth, and then, with a violent heave of his chest, he vomited a thick, dark liquid directly into the ketchup bottle. He put the cap back on, gave it a light shake, and calmly started squeezing that disgusting mixture onto my spicy chicken. I couldn't help it. A small sob of disgust escaped my throat. Instantly, his thin head snapped around 180 degrees toward me. The smile was gone. In its place was a look of pure, manic rage. His pupils dilated until they took over his entire eyes. "You saw that, didn't you?" He hissed the words through his teeth. My heart stopped when I saw him reach for a large kitchen knife. The blade was dull and covered in dark stains. I didn't see anything. I'm leaving." I backed away, tripping over a plastic chair behind me. "You aren't going anywhere," he roared. He vaulted over the counter with terrifying speed, moving completely differently than he had before. "You saw too much." I spun around and sprinted for the glass door. I could hear his footsteps right behind me, and his wild, animal-like screams made the hair on my neck stand up. I ran for my life across the parking lot, my hands shaking as I fumbled to unlock my car. Just as I jumped inside and hit the locks, there was a loud thud. He had slammed the knife into my car window, leaving a deep, jagged scratch in the glass. I floored the gas, my tires screeching on the pavement. In the rearview mirror, under the sickly yellow streetlights, he stood there holding the knife high, barking out nonsense words. I drove way over the speed limit until I reached a well-lit parking lot to catch my breath. With my heart racing, I dialed 911 and shakingly told the operator everything that had happened. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the Popeyes. But what they found was even more horrifying than what I had seen. The man was named Dale, a heavy meth addict in the middle of a violent hallucination. He wasn't an employee. The actual night shift worker, a 19-year-old kid named Mike, had been brutally murdered by Dale. Mike's body was found in the industrial freezer, stuffed between bags of frozen chicken. Dale had taken over the store for 2 hours, playing the role of a server while his mind was completely gone. The knife he used to chase me was the same weapon that had killed Mike. Even worse, the police found 3 other meal boxes that had been prepared the same way mine was. Dale was arrested on the spot. I spent the next 6 months in therapy. The nightmares about the man with the knife and the ketchup bottle wouldn't stop. To this day, I can't eat fast food. The smell of grease makes me physically ill. That night, I came face to face with a real-life monster. The memory is burned into my brain, and I know I'll be carrying it for a long, long time.
My name's Miguel, and I've been working at a Taco Bell in Cleveland, Ohio for almost 2 years now. That awful day, I was on the afternoon shift. The clock on the wall said 5:37 p.m., and customers were just coming and going like usual. All I wanted was for the shift to end so I could head home and catch the baseball game. Then I heard a car horn blaring from the drive-thru. It snapped me right out of it. I looked up and saw a white car stopped at the ordering window. Right behind it, barely a yard away, was a black pickup. Something felt off. The white car wasn't moving forward like they normally do, and from where I stood, I could see the woman inside checking her rearview mirror over and over, looking freaked out. I stepped away from the counter, walked over to the window and slid it open. "You okay? Please call the cops. That guy in the truck's been tailing me since the freeway. He hit my bumper twice. I think he's drunk or just insane." I glanced over at the pickup. The windshield caught the sunlight just right so I couldn't see who was inside at first. Then the driver's door flew open. Out stepped this tall guy, maybe early 50s, silver hair all wild, beard thick and scruffy. He looked wobbly, like he could barely stand straight. Drunk, for sure. I whipped out my phone. My heart started racing. I dialed 911, not taking my eyes off him for a second. Then he stopped, just a few meters from the woman's car, the Honda, and pulled a handgun from his waistband. I swear, my blood turned to ice. "Stop! I'm calling the cops. They're on their way."
I shouted. The dispatcher was saying something, but I couldn't make out a word. The guy turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Bloodshot, empty, eyes that'd stick with me forever. No hesitation. He lifted the gun and fired. The first shot tore across my right cheek, white hot and blinding. I hit the floor hard, phone slipping right out of my hand. I touched my face and felt warm blood pouring down. It didn't feel deep, probably just a graze, but the pain hit me like a truck. And the fear, man, that fear had teeth. I started trying to crawl away from the window, but then bang! Another shot. Agony exploded in my left arm. I looked down and saw blood pumping out of a hole in my Taco Bell shirt. I clamped my right hand over the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, but the blood just kept pushing through my fingers, bright and fast. I bit down on my lip, just to keep from screaming. Every muscle in my body locked up in pain. Lying there on the floor, I could still see through the drive-through window, and what I saw felt straight out of a damn horror movie. He was walking toward the Honda, gun aimed right at the driver's window. The woman inside was scrambling to climb over to the passenger seat, trying to shove the door open. But it was too late. 3 more gunshots. The window blew out in a spray of glass, tiny shards raining down onto the pavement. The woman's scream cut through the air, loud, piercing, and then silence. My head was spinning, from the blood loss, from the panic. I looked out the window again. He was just standing there, middle of the Taco Bell parking lot, gun still in his hand, face calm, too calm. Sirens were wailing somewhere in the distance, but they were too late. He glanced around for a second, like he was admiring the damn sunset or something. Then, slow as hell, he raised the gun to his own head. I shut my eyes. Bang! When I opened them, he was on the ground, face up, not moving, blood spreading under his skull like ink on paper. I was still on the floor, gasping, heart racing, ears ringing from the shots. My whole body was shaking like I couldn't stop. I heard footsteps, people shouting, the sirens getting louder. Then someone dropped down next to me, a coworker. She pressed a towel to my arm, kept saying something over and over, but I couldn't make out a word. All I could see was his eyes. Those empty, hollow eyes, the flash of the gun, her scream. Afterward, the cops told me their names. Nicole Williams, 25, James Harmon, 53. He had a history of mental illness. 2 total strangers. One messed up road rage incident turned into something out of a nightmare. I still haven't gone back to work. Not sure if I ever will, at least not to that Taco Bell. I'm taking it one day at a time, trying to work through the mental scars. But I know this much. I'm damn lucky to still be here, grateful, and I don't take a single day for granted anymore. There are moments in life you wish you could erase from memory. For me, that was the summer night in 2006. 20 years have passed, but I still wake up every night with the image of Mark. Or rather, what was left of him. That year, Mark, my best friend since high school, and Joey, a young colleague, planned a 3-day camping trip to Harold Parker State Forest, Massachusetts. We need to escape the machine noise. It's time to relax after a long period, Mark said as we packed our gear. He was always the most energetic one in the group. We set off on a weekend morning, Mark's pickup truck loaded with tents, sleeping bags, and canned food. Joey sat in the middle, constantly telling spooky stories about the forest. The first 2 days passed peacefully. We fished by the small lake, grilled smoked meat over a campfire, and told old stories. Mark could laugh heartily at Joey's silly jokes. Everything was so peaceful. I felt my body truly relaxed after months. On the second night, I woke up to a sound outside the tent. It sounded like footsteps on dry leaves. I looked around and didn't see Mark, only heard Joey's heavy snoring. I unzipped the tent and poked my head out. The campfire had completely died out, leaving only a few red embers. I turned to wake Joey. "Do you know where Mark went?" Joey rubbed his eyes, looking around. "Maybe he went to pee and will be right back." But 15 minutes passed, and Mark still didn't return.
I started to feel uneasy. Mark wasn't one to play these kinds of jokes. We grabbed flashlights and started searching. "Hey, David!" Joey called out from the trail. I ran to him. The flashlight beam shone on a blue t-shirt, Mark's shirt. It was discarded by the side of the trail. "We need to find him quickly." We followed the trail, finding another one of Mark's belongings every few meters: jeans, sneakers, even the watch he cherished so much. The night wind rustled through the leaves. Joey walked close beside me, his breathing heavy in the cold air. "This isn't normal," Joey whispered. The trail started to narrow, flanked by dense tree trunks. The flashlight beam only illuminated a few meters ahead. I tried to swallow, but my throat was as dry as a desert. My legs felt heavy. "David, I don't think we should continue." But I couldn't stop. Mark was my best friend. I had to find him. Finally, the trail led to a small clearing. I raised my flashlight, the light sweeping from left to right. At first, I only saw dirt and dry leaves. Then the light stopped in the middle of the clearing. My heart stopped for a few seconds. I adjusted the flashlight to see more clearly. A person lay face down on the ground, unclothed. But where the head should be, there was nothing. Joey immediately vomited, and I stood there like a stone statue, unable to believe my eyes. "No way." I screamed. I slowly walked forward, my trembling legs disobeying me. The flashlight in my hand shook. I silently prayed this wasn't Mark. But then I saw the small mole on his left shoulder, the V-shaped scar on his back from when Mark fell off his bike at 12 years old, the silver ring on his thumb. Oh my God, Mark. My stomach clenched. I retched, my body shaking with spasms. Joey sobbed behind me. I stumbled to my feet, my legs weak. Everything around me spun. I grabbed Joey's arm, and we both helped each other out of this horrific clearing. We ran through the forest like two madmen, crashing into tree trunks and stumbling, but not daring to stop. Our gasps echoed in the darkness. Back at the camp, I threw everything I could grab into the truck, mumbling incessantly. Joey sat on the ground, holding his head and crying. I had to pull him into the car and start the engine. The drive back to town was a nightmare. I drove at a frantic pace, Joey still vomiting uncontrollably. As soon as we were out of the forest, we stopped and called the police. The police quickly arrived, cordoned off the area, and examined the body while we couldn't go back there. I sat at the police station, moving like a robot, constantly answering questions. The police searched the entire forest, but found no sign of Mark's head, no murder weapon, no scattered blood. The case slowly became a cold file in the police department's archives. 20 years have passed. I got married and moved to California, but Mark's death remains a haunting nightmare that never fades. I often dream of him, dream of the flashlight beam shining on that headless neck. I don't know what took Mark, but I know one thing for sure. It wasn't something a human could explain. Name's Richard, but folks just call me Ricky. I've been with the Anne Arundel County Police Department in Maryland for over 12 years. My old man was a cop too. To me, this badge, it ain't just a job. It's a promise to protect, to serve. But I never imagined that promise would shove me face first into the most gut-wrenching moment of my life. The kind where you have to choose your life or somebody else's. It was one of those mornings. Light rain, kinda chillier than it should have been. I threw on a thin jacket and headed out for my morning shift. Halfway through, the dispatcher came over the radio. Distress call, Oak Ridge neighborhood. Caller was a woman named Beverly Sess, mid-50s, said she was being held hostage by her own son, named Danta. The son had some serious mental issues, violent episodes, and unpredictable behavior. Me and my partner, Mike Garcia, were sent out right away. On the drive over, we got an update. Danta says, 20 years old, prior run-ins with the law, resisted arrest more than once, history of aggression. We rolled up to the address, a plain, single-story red brick home, looked totally normal. None of the neighbors seemed to suspect a damn thing. I knocked, announced myself as police. Nothing. But there were sounds inside, low, muffled. We got Beverly back on the line. She whispered, barely audible, that Danta had her locked in the living room, wouldn't let her open the door. We followed protocol, kicked in the door, weapons drawn. The place was pitch black. Took a few seconds for my eyes to catch up. That's when I saw her, Beverly, slumped on the couch, face swollen and purple, barely holding it together. And right next to her, Danta, standing stiff like a loaded spring, eyes burning with rage. We shouted the command, "Hands up! Get on the floor!" Garcia moved in toward Beverly, tried to shield her. I kept my gun steady and held my position with Danta. At first, he gave in, dropped to his knees, hands in the air. I stepped in, cautious, trying to cuff him, not letting my guard drop for a second, and then all hell broke loose. Just as I reached in, he twisted fast, like a damn switch flipped, and launched at me. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor, his full weight slamming into my chest. Gun flew out of my hand. First hit came down hard, right across my cheek. Then another. Whole room spun like a carousel. Garcia didn't hesitate. He dove in and tried to yank Danta off me. They went at it. I scrambled back to my feet and threw myself into the mess. All three of us crashed into the coffee table. Things exploded under us. We were in a full-blown brawl. I grabbed for Danta's arms, trying to lock him down, while Garcia went for the cuffs. And then, a bolt of pain shot up through my left hand. Danta had sunk his teeth into my finger. Not just biting, it was crushing. I could feel it. The teeth slicing right through the skin, right down to the bone. The pain was unreal, sharp, hot, blinding. For a second, I thought I might black out. Blood was pouring from my hand. I tried yanking it back, but Danta's jaw was like a damn vice grip. He wasn't letting go. With my right hand, I reached down for the backup piece strapped to my ankle. I didn't want to do it, but I was out of options. Felt the handle in my grip. I raised it and pulled the trigger. The shot tore through the living room like a grenade. Danta's jaw finally unclenched. His eyes went wide, shocked, not scared, and then he dropped, hit the floor hard. Garcia was already on the radio calling for EMS. I sat up, clutching what was left of my hand, blood soaking my sleeve. Across the room, Beverly started screaming, over and over. More units rolled up. Then the paramedics. They checked him. Nothing. Danta was gone. They loaded me into the ambulance. 2 fingers just gone. Docs at the hospital said infection was a real risk. Could be permanent nerve damage too. What really stuck with me, what still sticks with me, was the look in Danta's eyes as he went down. And Beverly, her screams dug into my bones. It hit me right then. I'd taken a life. 2 weeks later, she filed suit. Against me, against the department. Local media pounced like vultures, ran headline after headline. Some of the guys I work with had my back. Said I did what I had to do. Didn't matter. The phone wouldn't stop ringing. People spewed hate like it was sport. Murderer. That's what they called me. For their safety, my wife packed up the kids and moved in with her folks out of state. 6 months. That's how long I sat in a therapist's office trying to make sense of it. My finger? Yeah, it healed more or less. Still stiff. Still throbs like hell when the weather shifts. And when the coroner's report finally came through, clearing me of all charges, no wave of relief, no moment of peace, just silence, emptiness. They said I acted by the book, said I did everything right. But someone still died, and deep down, I still feel like I screwed it up somehow. The soft patter of rain tapped gently against the metal roof of the McDonald's. The clock on the wall read 2 a.m. I still had 5 more hours left on my overnight shift. My name's Mike Collins. I'm a senior at the University of Maine. The restaurant was dead quiet. Barron, my co-worker, was in the back checking inventory in the storage room. I let out a long yawn, my eyelids heavy with exhaustion. The raindrops hitting the glass windows began to grow louder, more intense. The sky outside was pitch black. A cold breeze slipped in through the doorframe, sending a chill down my spine. The hum of the refrigeration unit droned steadily in the corner. I glanced at my phone, skimmed a few messages, and looked back up toward the empty parking lot outside. Raindrops, big as marbles, smacked against the pavement. Suddenly, the chime above the entrance rang. A man walked in. He was tall, soaked from head to toe. I greeted him and asked if he'd like to see the menu. As he stepped closer, the strong scent of wet earth and sweat hit my nose. His eyes flicked nervously toward the door, then back to me. He ordered a Big Mac and a black coffee. He kept adjusting his right pant leg, like something underneath was bothering him. A glint of metal flashed near his ankle, but it vanished quickly as he pulled his pant leg down in a hurry. His every movement made me tense. With rough, weathered fingers, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a soaked wallet. I couldn't help but notice his fingernails, dark and grimy, like he'd been digging in the dirt. After paying, he glanced around the restaurant, eyes locking on the security camera mounted in the corner. His lips pressed into a tight line, both hands curled into fists. I turned to prepare his meal, but I could still feel his gaze burning into my back. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. My hands started to fumble. I dropped a plastic cup and scrambled to pick it up. Then he asked where the restroom was. I pointed to the back of the store. His heavy footsteps echoed on the tile floor, growing fainter as he walked away. I hoped that once he finished eating, this strange man would just leave. But I noticed something odd. Every time he passed the entrance, he glanced at it again. He wasn't heading to the restroom. Was he checking for exits? I shook my head, trying to calm down. Maybe I was just being paranoid. The rain outside now roared like a waterfall. The wind howled through the parking lot. The lights in the restaurant flickered for a second, then came back on. It felt like a bad omen. The man returned a few minutes later. I placed his tray on the counter, forcing a polite smile. He looked at the food, then asked about the coffee. I handed it to him quickly, though my hands were still trembling. A few drops spilled over the rim and splashed onto the floor. He stared at the cup, then tapped a thick finger on the counter. Suddenly, he shoved the tray away, complaining the burger was cold. I froze. I could still see steam rising from the meat. I offered to make a fresh one, but he snapped that he wanted to speak to the manager, his tone sharp. His eyes were like knives. My jaw started to tremble. My heart pounded. The ticking of the wall clock sounded like a hammer inside my head. It was just me and Baron was still in the back, across a long hallway. The man slammed his hand on the counter, threatening to call the police. The slap was so loud, it knocked over a nearby plastic spoon. My face went pale. Call the police over a hamburger? It didn't make sense. Just then, my phone buzzed in my pocket. In the silence, the vibration was loud, too loud. The man glanced down at my pocket, his eyes narrowing. I tried to act normal, slowly checked the screen. There it was, an emergency alert. Emergency alert. A dangerous inmate has escaped from Maine State Prison. Last seen in the area. Raymond Stokes, 42 years old, 6 feet 2 inches, 210 pounds, has harmed a corrections officer and is on the run. Considered extremely dangerous. If seen, call 911 immediately. I slowly looked up. Everything about the man in front of me matched. 6 feet 2 inches, around 210 pounds, thick beard, wild eyes. Cuts on his wrist, scrapes on his hands, mud all over his clothes. It was Raymond Stokes. My legs started shaking uncontrollably. The whole world seemed to spin around me. What do I do now? Call 911? But my phone was still in my pocket, and he was staring right at me, watching my every move. He saw my expression change. His eyes narrowed. I know what you're thinking. Don't do anything stupid. I tried to stay calm, told him I'd fix the food issue, but my voice betrayed me. Thin, shaky. He smirked. The air around me felt like it was closing in. I looked down the hallway toward the storage room, praying Baron would appear. I called out for him. Ray leapt over the counter, fast and aggressive. Before I could react, he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so tight I thought it might snap. Pain shot up my arm. He leaned in, whispering a threat. His other hand dove into his jacket, and I saw it, a flash of metal. My heart nearly burst from my chest. He told me to take him to my car. He pulled me around the counter, now holding a large kitchen knife. Its blade gleamed under the fluorescent lights. "Move," he hissed into my ear. My legs felt like they were made of concrete as he dragged me toward the staff area. My mind raced for an escape. Baron was still in the back. If I could signal him. I'm not trying to be a hero. I just work night shifts to pay for school. "Shut up," Ray growled. Suddenly, from afar came the sound of a police siren. Ray stopped cold. His face turned pale. The sirens grew louder. "You called them, didn't you?" he snarled, tightening his grip on my wrist. "No, I swear I didn't." Tears welled in my eyes. 3 police cruisers skidded into the parking lot, red and blue lights flashing through the glass. Ray's eyes darted around, looking for an escape route, his panic clear. But 3 police officers burst in, their firearms leveled at him, and he froze. I was barely breathing, still hunched over from Ray's intense questioning. In a moment of pure desperation, Ray crumpled to the floor, burying his face in his hands and sobbing like a child. The officers moved in, pinning him to the ground amidst the sharp click of handcuffs. He kept screaming, "I'm not going back to that prison. No way." It was only later that I realized. The police had come because of the electronic tracking bracelet Ray was wearing on his ankle. It turned out that what he was trying to hide was a monitoring device meant for dangerous criminals. It was still emitting a signal, leading the police straight to McDonald's. The situation ended well for me, but the fear remained, like a shadow that silently followed me through each day. I thought it would be just another normal shift. But then, from the back seat of that old car, I saw a small hand pressed against the window. Just a few minutes later, the man drove straight into the gas station to kill me. I'm Sean, 30 years old. I've been working at the Chevron DTC gas station on the outskirts of Denver, Colorado for 2 years now. My night shift starts at 10 p.m. and ends at 6 a.m. the next morning. Last Thursday night started like any other. I was sitting behind the counter, reading a book and sipping my coffee. The clock on the wall showed midnight. Outside, the green neon light of the sign illuminated the empty parking lot. The highway wasn't far, and I could hear cars whizzing by occasionally. A little while later, I heard an engine approaching. A gray car rolled into the station. The car looked pretty old, with paint peeling in many places, and the left headlight seemed a bit dim. The driver was a man in his 40s, with long, thinning brown hair and a thick beard. He parked at pump number 3, got out of the car, and opened the gas cap. What caught my attention was how he kept looking around cautiously. His hand trembled slightly as he held the gas nozzle. I went back to my book. Staring at someone for too long is rude, but I did the opposite of what I thought. After just a few seconds of looking at my book, I looked up at him again. This time, I saw a small movement in the back seat of the car. At first, I thought it was a reflection, but then I saw it more clearly. It was a small hand of a child, pressed against the back window. The hand only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing. It must be a small child with an adult, was my first thought. But the man's attitude made me get up to observe more closely. He was still pumping gas, but he turned back to look into the car, saying something with a sharp tone. The gas pump automatically stopped. The man hung up the nozzle and walked towards the store. He pushed open the glass door and walked toward me with a cold demeanor. "That'll be $30, pump number 3. "Yes, sir." I entered the amount into the register. "Do you have a small child in the car?" His eyes suddenly sharpened. "Why?" "I saw a kid in the back seat. If you need anything for the child, we have candy and sodas." "None of your business. Just ring it up." His reaction wasn't like a normal father who would smile and talk about his child. Cash or card? I tried to keep my voice calm. Cash. He pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his back pocket. I took the money, deliberately counting slowly. Is there a problem with the pump? I need to check the receipt printer. No receipt needed, just give me the change. Company policy. I have to print a receipt for every transaction. Hurry up! I bent down as if fixing the printer, but I was actually pulling my cell phone out of my pocket. I dialed 911 without looking, hoping I hit the right numbers. Sorry, the printer's jammed. It'll be a few more minutes. The man started to get restless. He glanced out the window towards the car. No receipt needed. I have to go now. Just a little longer, sir. I felt the phone in my hand vibrate, a sign the call was connected. I spoke louder than usual. Chevron DTC gas station in suburban Denver. I suspect a child abduction. The man suddenly realized what I was doing. His face went pale. You bastard. He reached over the counter to snatch the phone, but I managed to pull back. The police are coming! I yelled. He didn't say anything else, turned his back, and ran outside. I heard the car engine start. Through the glass, I saw him jump into the car and hit the gas. But instead of driving straight onto the road, he backed up, then slammed directly into the store. I jumped to the side as the Honda crashed into the glass door. The glass shattered loudly, pieces flying everywhere. The store's alarm blared, then went silent. The front of the car was deep inside the store, knocking over shelves of candy. I lay behind the counter, feeling blood from a few small cuts on my hands. The man yelled from inside the car, "I'll kill you!" But the car's engine had died. He tried to restart it, but the car wouldn't turn over. Police sirens blared in the distance, getting closer and closer. He opened the car door and ran out. I saw him through the gap between the fallen shelves. He ran towards the back of the store, but I knew there was only a dumpster and a high fence back there. He wouldn't be able to get away. 2 police cars pulled up right in front of the store. 4 officers jumped out, guns drawn. "Police! Freeze!" I crawled out from behind the counter, ran outside and yelled, "He went out back!" 2 officers chased after the man. The other 2 approached the Honda that had crashed into the store. "There's a child in here," an officer called out. Through the shattered window of the car, I saw a boy about 10 years old, his mouth taped shut, in a state of extreme panic. The police carefully opened the car door. "It's okay, kiddo. You're safe now." The other 2 officers returned, escorting the man who was now handcuffed. He saw me and tried to lunge like a wild animal wanting to tear its prey apart. An ambulance arrived to check on the boy and bandage the cuts on my hand. Crime scene investigators began taking photos and collecting evidence. A male officer approached me. "You did a great job tonight. That boy might not have made it if it weren't for you." The boy was Tyler. He had been missing for 3 days after playing in a park near his home. I looked towards Tyler, who was being attended to by paramedics. Luckily, he wasn't injured. Tyler was still scared, but no longer crying, and his parents were on their way. I felt a shiver, but also a sense of relief that I had done the right thing. 2 hours later, Tyler's parents arrived and took him home. The boy hugged his parents tightly, sobbing. Before leaving, Tyler's parents brought him over to me. "Thank you so much," the boy said, then hugged me. I didn't know what to say, so I hugged Tyler back and gave him a piece of candy. My hands were still trembling from the whole ordeal. It was lucky that I trusted my gut. Some memories, no matter how hard you try to bury them, still find a way to creep back on quiet nights. The story I'm about to tell happened 15 years ago at Jefferson High School, but even now, I can't sleep soundly when I hear a knock at the window at night. I'm David. In 2008, I was a high school senior from a tough background. I spent most of my after-school hours in the school's computer lab because my family couldn't afford a computer of our own. And that's where I met Luke. Luke was my age but a year behind in school because he'd moved around so much. He always sat in the corner of the room, shoulders hunched. His messy brown hair hid his eyes behind thick glasses. His gray t-shirt was faded, his jeans had stains, and his white sneakers were yellowed. Luke's family had fallen apart the year before, after his parents had a loud fight right outside the school that everyone witnessed. After that, Luke became even shyer and more isolated. He spent hours in front of the computer screen, typing steadily, as if searching for a world where he could belong. I recognized that look because I'd been through it myself. The first year after my dad's accident, I also wore old clothes, always kept my head down to avoid eye contact, wishing I could be invisible. I was lucky that I still had a complete family. We got through that tough time together. Maybe that's why I felt empathy for Luke from the first time I met him. That day, just like any other, Luke and I were studying in the computer lab. A little while later, heavy footsteps dragged across the floor. Travis walked over, followed by Jake and Connor. They were a notorious trio known for being bullies. Travis had a muscular build, short blonde hair almost buzzed to his scalp, and sharp blue eyes. Travis stood right behind Luke, with Jake and Connor on either side. "Hey nerd, do my homework for me," Travis ordered. Luke didn't answer, continuing to type. Before Luke transferred to the school, I was Travis's target. I understood that feeling, the helplessness of being threatened and not being able to do anything. Travis ordered Luke to do his homework for him. He snatched Luke's book and threw it to the floor when he saw him refuse. I stood up, quickly stepping to stand between them. "Travis, leave him alone." He scoffed, tilting his head to look at me. Before leaving, Travis still kicked the table leg and warned that he'd be back. I turned back to see Luke picking up his book and continuing to study as if nothing had happened. After school, Luke and I walked home together. I said a few things, but Luke only responded with slight smiles. At a small alley, Luke would turn in. He looked at me. "Thanks. Sometimes I think about doing something to make them stop." "What do you mean?" I asked, confused, but Luke had already turned and walked away. 2 days later, we were in class when the alarm blared throughout the school. The principal's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. "All students and teachers immediately initiate lockdown procedures. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Immediately, Mr. Johnson locked the classroom door and pulled the blinds to cover the windows. We all huddled in the dark corner, our cell phones lit up, messages from friends in other classes constantly coming in. Someone in a mask in the parking lot, they said. "There's blood. Travis didn't come home last night. His parents are looking for him." The whispers made the situation even more chaotic. My heart pounded. The next message from an 11th grade student made the blood in my veins run cold. The police found Travis in his own car's trunk. He's dead. We sat silently in the dark for 2 hours. When the alarm finally stopped and the doors opened, Mr. Johnson, with a pale face, announced a serious incident and that the school would be closed for the next week. That night, I couldn't sleep. The image of Travis, who had bullied Luke just 2 days before, now dead in his own car's trunk, kept replaying in my mind. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft knock at my window. I walked to the window, pulling the curtain back a little. Luke was standing outside, his gray t-shirt soaked with sweat, his face pale under the streetlight. But what gave me chills was the smile I'd never seen on Luke's face before. When he saw me, Luke pointed at the window latch. I opened the window. "Luke, what are you doing here?" "I need to tell you about what happened at school today." Luke's voice was different. Luke looked around and then whispered, "That masked person was me." I felt all the air get sucked out of my lungs. "What are you saying?" "Travis will never hurt anyone again." Luke stepped closer to the window, his eyes gleaming in the dark. "Did you see? He looked so peaceful in the trunk." "Luke, what did you do?" "I waited for him in the parking lot." Luke chuckled softly. He even laughed, saying that I finally dared to confront him. But when I pulled out the knife, "Stop talking. Do you know?" When Travis pleaded, his voice trembled just like mine every day at school. Luke looked me straight in the eyes. Now he understands what fear feels like, Luke, you need to turn yourself in. I'm not done yet. Jake and Connor will understand too. And all the others. Luke stepped back from the window. He disappeared into the darkness. I stood there for a few minutes, my hands trembling. Then I picked up the phone and dialed 911. At the request of the police, I recounted all the information I knew. The next morning, Luke didn't come to school. The police found him at home with blood-stained clothes and a knife in his desk drawer. They also found a list, with Jake and Connor at the top, followed by the names of 15 other students. I'll never forget the line Luke wrote in his diary. I don't want to be a bad person, but I'm so tired of enduring. Luke was arrested on charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit terrorism. He confessed to everything without showing any remorse. The news spread throughout the school. I never saw Luke again. But every night, I remember Luke's face. My bedroom window is always locked tight at night now. What would you do if you found out that the person who just saved your life was an accomplice to the person who tried to kill you? My story begins on a rainy night in Ohio, where I became an unintentional witness to a pre-planned robbery. I'm Aaron, 28 years old. That day I was driving to visit my parents. The familiar interstate became unfamiliar in the heavy rain. I decided to stop and rest for a bit. I remember it was after 10 p.m. I pulled into the parking lot of a Circle K convenience store near the highway exit. There was a truck and one other car in the lot. I ran inside the store. The cashier was a young man. He seemed surprised to see me. He kept staring at the door, his lips moving as if he was saying something. I nodded hello, and his smile was a bit forced. I thought it was strange, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I headed to the coffee machine. I filled a large cup with coffee and added cream and sugar. Suddenly, the cashier's voice blurted out, "Due to a technical issue, you have to leave now." I turned around, frowning. What kind of issue would he not announce when I walked in? I noticed his right hand was hidden under the counter. I was about to ask more questions when the door burst open. A tall man walked in. He wore a long black coat that covered most of his body and a ski mask that only showed his eyes. Rainwater dripped from his coat. He stood still for a second. Then he pulled a gun from his pocket and pointed it straight ahead. My heart felt like it stopped. The coffee cup fell from my hand. The robber quickly turned toward me. In just a few steps, he was on me. The cold gun barrel pressed against my temple. "Why are you here?" he hissed, looking very angry. At that moment, I thought this guy was an idiot for asking a customer why they were at a convenience store. But I couldn't argue with him. My legs felt like jelly, and I could barely stand. I put my hands up and kept begging him. "Don't do it." The cashier suddenly spoke up. I saw no signs of fear on his face. Instead, he was staring at the robber. The robber froze. His eyes glanced backward, probably thinking about something. I didn't dare to move even an inch. Then he swore, lowered his gun, and quickly walked out the door. I stood there like a statue until the sound of an engine starting up and fading away. I collapsed, having to hold on to a shelf to keep from falling. The cashier sighed, his face down to avoid my gaze. "Call the police." My voice was shaking. "No need," the employee said, sounding exhausted. I froze, and when I tried to convince him further, he suddenly yelled, "Just go. Now." He stared at me with wide eyes. Then the next second, his expression changed to one of worry, and he held his head in his hands. Surprised by his strange behavior, I quickly left without saying anything else. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. It took 3 tries to unlock my car. I drove out of the parking lot and stopped at a gas station half a mile away. Sitting in my car, I pulled out my phone and called 911, reporting the whole incident. The police arrived at the Circle K 15 minutes later with 2 patrol cars. I led them back to the scene and recounted the entire incident. The cashier was still there, his face pale when he saw the police. I was asked to leave after the police had gathered enough information and my statement. As I walked out of the store for the second time that night, I still couldn't stop shaking. The cold sensation of the gun barrel against my temple was still vivid. 3 days later, the case was solved. I saw the information in the local newspaper. The police had arrested the robber at a motel 50 miles away. His name was Matt, and he had just been released from prison after serving a 3-year sentence for theft. Another shocking piece of information: he was the cashier's biological brother. In a deeper investigation, the police discovered they had been exchanging messages beforehand. The cashier would work the night shift alone, turn off the security cameras under the pretense of regular maintenance, and Matt would come in, clear out the cash register, and disappear. The cashier would then report to the company that he had been robbed, and the insurance money would be split in half after Matt lay low for a few months. The article also mentioned a coincidental witness who made the plan go awry. That was me. Matt was sentenced to 5 years in prison for armed robbery and making a death threat. The cashier received 18 months for being an accomplice in insurance fraud. Matt could have shot me in those tense seconds. I'm still not sure why the cashier stopped his brother at that moment. Maybe things had gone further than he had imagined. But for whatever reason, his words, "Don't do it," kept me alive. Me. We just wanted to get away from the suffocating atmosphere of the base for the weekend. None of us thought that a simple road trip would lead us to face something unexpected. At the time, I was 24, a recent college graduate, and had been stationed at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo, Texas, as a communications specialist. Life on the base was pretty boring, just work and long nights in the barracks. That is until I met two friends. Reese was a radar technician, and Jalen was an officer. We decided to drive to Austin to escape the stuffy atmosphere of the base. Jalen offered to use her car. We left in the morning, and the road stretched out straight through the dry fields. There weren't many cars on the road. Only a semi-truck would pass by now and then. About an hour into our drive, Reese looked behind us. She pointed to a black Tahoe that was driving behind us. It's been following us for a while now. I didn't think much of it until Reese kept watching. When Jalen sped up, the Tahoe also sped up. When we slowed down, it also slowed down, always keeping the same distance. Jalen tried changing lanes, and the car also changed lanes. The Tahoe had black tinted windows, so we couldn't see who was inside. Looking closer, I saw a small black light bar on top of the car, but I wasn't sure. We kept driving for a while. Then the Tahoe turned on its warning lights and pulled us over. So my guess about the lights was right. "Undercover cops," Jalen mumbled, and slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The Tahoe stopped right behind us, with its lights still flashing, but there was no siren sound. A tall man got out of the Tahoe, wearing a police uniform. I watched him every second. When he got close enough, I realized that he didn't have the word "police" clearly on his chest or hat, just a small patch on his sleeve that I couldn't read. Instead of going straight to the driver's window, he slowly walked to the back of our car, where he stood for a few seconds, looking through the rear window. Reese rolled down her window and asked what was wrong, but the man didn't answer. He slowly approached the driver's door, his face emotionless as he looked at each person in the car. "Driver's license and registration." Jalen reached for her license in her purse and asked, "What did we do wrong?" But there was no answer. Still, she reluctantly handed over the documents. The man went back to the Tahoe and sat in it for a long time. About 15 minutes passed as we sat in silence, watching him through the rearview mirror. Finally, the Tahoe door opened again, but this time, it wasn't just one man. 3 men got out. They were all wearing the same uniform, but I still couldn't see any official markings. When they got closer, I could clearly see their harsh faces and cold eyes. The one in the lead had a small scar running from the corner of his eye down his cheek. "Is your father a service member?" The question was completely unexpected. He pointed to the U.S. military sticker on the back window of Jalen's car. "No, sir. I am a service member. They are too, Jalen replied with confidence. At that moment, I saw a change on the man's face. His body seemed to freeze. His eyes quickly glanced at the two men standing behind him. A few seconds of tense silence passed. Then he turned back to Jalen. His face was suddenly more relaxed, but his voice was awkward. Okay, all right. I'll let you off with a warning this time, but you should drive slower on this road. He gave her the documents back and wished us a good day. The three men went back to the Tahoe, got in, and sped away while telling us to drive slowly. We stayed in our car and didn't drive away yet. Reese argued that they were not real police officers, citing her reasons. No clear badge, and why would he ask about Jalen's father when it had nothing to do with a traffic violation? Jalen also wondered why there were three men when police usually only go in groups of one or two. We decided to turn back to the base instead of continuing to Austin. The whole way back, Reese kept saying that those men were definitely up to no good. A week later, we were watching the local news. On the screen, a reporter was standing next to a ditch by the highway, only about 20 miles from where we were stopped. Two bodies had been found there, a middle-aged couple. The reporter announced that the victims had been robbed and murdered. The car found near the scene was a black Tahoe, which had been reported stolen 3 months earlier in Arkansas. We were stunned after hearing the news. We immediately called the police to provide information about our encounter a week earlier. They took our statements and said they would investigate, but I knew it was too late. Those men had disappeared without a trace. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if we didn't have that military sticker on the car. I'm certain that it saved our lives that day.
Thank you for watching until the end. As mentioned earlier, our goal of reaching 50,000 subscribers in 2026 is still ongoing. If you enjoy these stories, please give us a hand and support us. You're watching MHS. Sit back, sub, and enjoy scary stories. My name is Bill. In May 2020, I worked the graveyard shift at a convenience store in a rough neighborhood in Oregon. During the day, the area looked normal enough, but after midnight, things got chaotic. Street gangs and groups of rowdy kids usually hung out around there at night. Fights, shoplifting, and even run-ins involving knives or guns were just part of the daily routine. The biggest problem wasn't even the criminals. It was my boss. He was incredibly cowardly and terrified of legal trouble. The store had one unbreakable rule: never call the police. He believed that the cops showing up only led to investigations, bad press, and headaches that would ruin the store's reputation. Because of this, we just had to take the abuse from the local punks. Once, a group came in at midnight, made a huge scene, and suddenly dumped a cup of hot coffee over my head. I had to stay calm and just take it so things wouldn't escalate. My coworker on that shift was Daniel, a shy college student. Daniel had it even worse than me. One time, a group of guys bullied him right inside the store. They forced him to take off his pants and kneel down to apologize just for their own sick entertainment. Right at his most humiliating moment, Ryan walked in. Ryan was a tall, fit man, and as soon as the punks saw him in his police uniform, they backed off immediately. Ryan stepped in and cleared them out. Thanks to him, Daniel escaped that horrible situation. From that day on, Ryan became a hero in Daniel's eyes. Ryan patrolled the neighborhood often and would stop by our store to talk for a long time. He told us he was following in the footsteps of his late father, who had been a brave cop. Ryan confessed that he had failed the police entrance exam many times, but his hunger for justice kept him going. After years of trying, he said he finally earned his uniform. His story of perseverance inspired me, a dead-end night shift worker, and I truly admired him. Life went on like that until the night I went out to take out the trash. While I was gathering bags behind the store, I found something heavy tucked between the black trash bags. It was a handgun that looked exactly like a revolver. It was cold and heavy. I couldn't tell if it was a real gun or a high-quality model gun. I hesitated, but curiosity won out, and I decided to keep it to get a better look. I brought it inside and showed Daniel. He was curious too. After looking it over, he said it was best to hide it for safety. Daniel took the gun to the back break room and put it in a desk drawer. I stood behind the counter, but I couldn't stop thinking about that gun. I decided to go into the break room and check the security footage to see who had dumped it. I was stunned. On the screen, the person nervously tossing the gun into the trash with a panicked look on his face was none other than Ryan, our store's hero. The footage showed him in a heated scuffle with a group of thugs. Ryan had the gun in his hand, but the strange thing was that the thugs weren't afraid at all. They outnumbered him and easily overpowered him. While cornered, Ryan threw the gun into the trash and ran away, only to be dragged off screen by a guy in a black hoodie. I was completely confused. I went straight back to the drawer where Daniel had put the gun. It was gone. I asked Daniel about it, but he insisted he didn't take it and had no idea where it went. The whole thing remained a mystery to me for several days. A few days later, a group of young guys stormed into the store. They started searching everywhere and arguing loudly outside the door, saying they were looking for something someone hid. When I stepped out to tell them to quiet down, one of the guys, who had a murderous look in his eyes, suddenly smashed a metal ashtray into the back of my head. Pain exploded, and I felt warm blood running down my face. All the patience and anger I had bottled up for years finally snapped. I lost control. Ignoring my injury, I fought back like a madman. My sudden aggression terrified the group. They backed off, and the real police arrived a moment later because Daniel had called them. They were arrested for disturbing the peace and assault. I was taken to the hospital with a minor skull fracture. While I was in the hospital, I asked the officer in charge about Ryan. The officer looked surprised. He told me there was no cop named Ryan working in that entire district. That was when the truth finally came out. Ryan wasn't a cop. It was true that he had failed the exam many times. He was just a regular civilian, but his obsession with wearing the uniform was so strong that he bought a fake police outfit online to cosplay and patrol the streets, trying to dish out his own brand of justice. Those street punks, who were in and out of jail all the time, had realized Ryan was a fake long ago. They knew he only carried a realistic model gun, and they wanted to steal it to use in a real crime. Cornered, Ryan had tossed the gun into our trash so it wouldn't fall into their hands. Throughout my hospital stay, Ryan's story haunted me. He had lied, but it was a lie that was hard to hate. After I was discharged, I went back to the store, but my cowardly boss fired me immediately. He said I caused too much trouble and hurt the store's reputation. Before leaving, I went to the break room to return my uniform. I opened Daniel's locker, intending to leave my favorite hat as a secret gift for him, and I found the model gun hidden inside. I froze, and then I understood everything. Daniel must have watched the camera footage before I did. He realized Ryan was a fake cop. But because he wanted to protect the dignity of the hero who had saved him from humiliation, he secretly took the gun and lied to me. Daniel wanted to keep the image of his hero alive. Understanding Daniel's heart, I pretended I didn't see a thing and closed the locker. A few days later, a report popped up on the local news. A security guard named Ryan had been brutally beaten by a group of young men during the night and was in critical condition. Those men were the same thugs who had caused trouble at our store. I went cold after hearing the news. The man who put on a fake uniform just to follow his dream of protecting others ended up meeting a truly cruel fate.
My name is Danny. The memory I'm about to share has haunted me for 7 years, from the time I was 15 until now. Everything started around 2019 in the quiet suburban neighborhood where my family lived. Right across the street from us was an old house where a mother and son lived. They always kept their curtains tightly closed. The mother was in her 70s, but still very sharp, while her son was a total burden, both physically and mentally. I can't remember his real name, so in my mind, my friends and I just called him Creeper Joe. Joe was in his 30s. He was a big, strong guy, but he chose to live off his elderly mother. His appearance made you think of a villain in a horror movie. He was obese, pale, had messy hair, and always smelled bad. Joe didn't have a job or any friends. It seemed like his entire world existed within the four walls of his bedroom. Sometimes I'd run into him when I went out to get the mail. He would try to start conversations with me about metal music, probably because he heard it playing from my bedroom window. At the time, I just thought he was a lonely, weird guy, but harmless. I stayed polite and talked back until my dad stepped in. My dad usually hung out in the garage fixing cars or having a beer. One afternoon he called me over, his face stern and full of warning. "Stay away from that Joe guy, Danny. I've seen him standing behind his curtains watching the neighborhood kids, especially little Isaac across the street." My dad's words sent a chill down my spine. Thinking about a guy like Joe watching 13 or 14-year-old kids felt incredibly dirty. A few months later, my dad walked into the house looking extremely disturbed. He told us that Joe had just casually and shamelessly admitted to him that he liked young boys. I can't even describe how shocked my family was. My dad immediately called the police. They showed up minutes later and spent a long time inside Joe's house. I watched as the officers hauled out his desktop computer and a bunch of other electronics. The results of the investigation rocked the whole neighborhood. His computer was filled with illegal content and hundreds of secret photos of local boys, including me. Joe disappeared after that. I wasn't sure if he was on probation or in jail for a while, but for months, his mailbox overflowed because no one bothered to check it. When Joe finally showed up again, his attitude had completely changed. He didn't try to talk to me anymore. Instead, he avoided me. He would hide behind his door and wait for me to finish getting the mail before he stepped outside. I didn't care. I just acted like that disgusting neighbor didn't exist. However, the breaking point of the story happened about a month after he returned. Late one night, the sound of sirens tore through the silence of the neighborhood. An ambulance pulled up right in front of Joe's house. At first, I thought his mother was having a health emergency, but the truth was much worse. Creeper Joe was dead. The craziest thing I heard from the paramedics and the police on the scene was that his mother only found out he was dead after 3 days. Joe spent so much time locked in his room that she never suspected a thing. I can't even imagine how foul the scene inside that room must have been. But after Joe's death, some very strange details started to come out. The neighbors started whispering that shortly before he died, the mother had secretly taken out a massive life insurance policy on Joe. This made no sense because Joe was unemployed, had no income, no assets, and wasn't providing for her at all. In fact, the 70-year-old mother was the one supporting and serving him. After the insurance money paid out, she became very wealthy. She renovated her entire house and lived a very comfortable life from then on. Although the autopsy report said Joe died of a sudden heart attack, which made sense given his lazy lifestyle and terrible diet, my family and the neighbors still have a huge lingering question. Was it really just a coincidence that a predatory son died right after the insurance policy was signed? Or did a mother, out of desperation and exhaustion, find a way to clean up her burden while securing a rich retirement for herself? The truth probably went into the grave with Joe, but that creepy feeling every time I look at that house across the street is still there.
I have a boundless passion for horror stories and spend time writing them every day, but no story has chilled me as much as the one my close friend Oliver told me. Oliver told me about Hannah, a classmate he had in middle school. At that time, Oliver's mother and Hannah's mother signed them up for a winter extracurricular program, an activity that lasted several days during the December break. The program took place at a campsite in the northern mountains of Colorado, where snow covered the ground and the temperature was always freezing cold. During the program, students were instructed on outdoor living, building fires, cooking, snowshoeing, and participating in evening bonfires. Oliver recalled that near the outdoor kitchen area was a dry creek with crystal clear water where he and his friends would gather and play during their free time. Suddenly, an old, worn photograph floated down the cold water from the upstream direction. Oliver saw it first and pointed it out to everyone, but Hannah was the one who bent down and picked it up. When the group gathered to look at the photo, they saw a close-up portrait of a middle-aged woman. Her face was pale, and her hair was long and tangled. Her eyes were deep, dark, and red, as if she had cried too much. She was wearing a long white dress, and her entire body was soaking wet. The most terrifying thing was that she was holding a piece of paper near her chest, on which were a few lines of handwriting. The ink was blurred. The whole group looked at the words, and immediately the atmosphere froze, more so than the winter cold. Whoever finds this photo will hang themselves and end it all. Hannah let out a shrill scream, her face pale, throwing the photo far away in fear. The photo fell back into the water and floated downstream, disappearing. Oliver felt a chill spread through his body. He looked over at Hannah. Her eyes were red, her lips pale, and her whole body was trembling. "I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like that," Oliver whispered, his voice shaking. After the incident, everyone became quiet. Hannah barely spoke anymore. The bonfire night, which they had looked forward to, became dull and tense. Oliver sat watching the fire, but his mind was filled only with the image of the woman's face in the photo and that terrifying message. For the next few weeks, the whole group felt an uneasy premonition about that photo. Oliver suffered many sleepless nights. He would often text Hannah to check if she was all right. Time passed, and they gradually forgot the incident. Hannah continued to live normally. The nightmare seemed to have faded away. Oliver sighed with relief, telling himself he had worried too much. After graduating from middle school, Oliver never saw Hannah again because they went to different schools. He heard from friends that she was healthy and had a stable job. The photo gradually became just a faint memory, until about 2 years ago, Oliver received a message from an old classmate. Initially, he was excited because no one had contacted him for a long time, but the joy vanished after the first sentence. "Do you remember Hannah? She passed away." Oliver felt the world spinning. He was so shocked, he dropped his phone. When he asked for more details, Oliver learned that Hannah had suffered from severe depression after starting work and had been taking time off for treatment. Oliver tried to reassure himself that the old incident was just a coincidence, that it was likely due to the depression and unrelated to the photo from that day. But the next words from his friend completely shattered that thought. Her family found Hannah in her bedroom. She had ended her life by hanging herself. When cleaning her room, in her only desk drawer, they found an old, faded photograph. It was the portrait of the middle-aged woman in old-fashioned attire, holding a piece of paper with the familiar chilling words, "Whoever finds this photo will hang themselves and end it all." Oliver was in extreme shock. Telling the story, he choked up, saying that the handwriting in the photo her family found was very different from the handwriting they had seen that day. Oliver didn't know if it was the same photo or a different copy, but what he couldn't understand was why Hannah kept it. Did she search for it, or did it find its way to Hannah? Oliver has always been tormented by a sense of guilt. He wakes up in the middle of the night with nightmares about Hannah, about her face in her final moments. Oliver said through tears, his voice breaking, "If I hadn't screamed that day, if I had let the photo float away silently, maybe she wouldn't have had to die." When Oliver finished telling the story, the room we were sitting in was steeped in silence. I looked at him. He's now a grown man, still carrying the inexplicable mystery of a 14-year-old child. I hope Oliver will soon escape that torment and find happiness in his life.
My name is William. I have a story from back in high school that I carry with me to this day. I remember every single detail. Whenever I think about it, I find myself questioning what was actually real. What makes it even stranger is that I'm the only one who felt like something was wrong, and I'm the only one who remembers it this way. Back when I was 14, I'll admit I was a bit of a manipulator. I wasn't a bad kid or cruel, just more calculating than the others. I always knew how to twist a situation to get exactly what I wanted. Looking back, those petty little schemes make me feel both embarrassed and a bit amused. At the start of the second semester that year, a new kid named George transferred to my school. Most people were impressed by his good looks and his polite manners, but for me, it was all about the watch on his wrist. Even from a distance, I could tell how expensive it was. Brown leather strap, gold face. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I heard rumors that George's family was loaded. Apparently, his dad moved around a lot for high-level work. Hearing that just fueled my greed. I figured since his family was so rich, a watch like that wouldn't even be missed. So I started hanging out with George, acting like the friendliest guy in the world. George seemed genuinely happy to have a friend. He was probably overwhelmed by the new school, so having someone be nice to him meant a lot. But the way he looked at me with such gratitude made me uncomfortable because I knew my friendship was a total lie. About 2 weeks later, I invited George over for a sleepover. My plan was simple: get on his good side, ask to borrow the watch, and maybe play the poor friend card so well that he'd feel guilty and just give it to me. That night, we hung out in my room, eating snacks, drinking soda, and playing video games. I kept complimenting his watch, dropping hints like, "Man, I wish I had something like that. It would be amazing to own a piece like that." I noticed George just smiled slightly and nodded, not saying much else. "Let's tell ghost stories," George suddenly suggested once we finished gaming. I wasn't really into it, but I didn't have a reason to say no. "Sure, why not?" I went first. I told some old, cliché story about a grave robber who stole a dead man's organs and got haunted for it. It was pretty lame. George listened with a totally blank expression, then he smirked. "My turn," George said. "My story is about a family that looks completely normal, but they're actually monsters." George's voice dropped. It became low, steady, and cold. He told me that this family never stayed in one place for very long. They moved from town to town, breaking into empty houses and living there for a few weeks to avoid being caught. I found myself getting sucked into the story and the way George was telling it. "The son in that family has a job," George said, staring directly into my eyes. His eyes seem to turn dark under the dim glow of the nightlight. He goes to the local school and finds the most gullible kid. He tricks that kid into becoming bait for his parents. He might lure the kid to his house, but the best way is to follow the kid to their house. That way, the monster family can have a massive feast with the whole family on the menu. George stopped abruptly. The room went dead silent. He just looked at me and gave me a very strange, knowing smile. Right at that moment, a massive thud came from downstairs. It sounded like the front door slamming shut. My heart nearly stopped. My parents were supposed to be asleep. George kept talking as if he hadn't heard a thing. He started describing how the monsters would break into a house in the middle of the night. Every word he said matched the sounds I was hearing in real life. I felt my entire body go stiff with terror. The floorboards creaked. I heard slow, heavy footsteps. Then, the sound of someone walking up the stairs toward my bedroom door. "George, stop! Did you hear that?" I yelled, panicking. George was silent for a second. Then he gave me that same cryptic smile. "Yeah, I heard it." I didn't wait. I bolted upright, ripped the door open, ran into the hallway, and froze. There were two strangers standing right in front of me, a man and a woman. Both were dressed in dark clothes. When I looked at their faces, they both smiled at the exact same time. It was the same smile George had. I screamed at the top of my lungs. My parents came running out of their room immediately, asking what was wrong. I pointed at the strangers, and my dad calmly introduced them as George's parents. Right then, George ran out of my room and hugged them. I stood there paralyzed, breathing hard. My parents were acting totally normal, but the three members of George's family were all staring at me. My dad explained that they had met at a neighborhood block party that evening and really hit it off. He said that George's house had lost power, so my parents invited the whole family to stay the night. I couldn't say a word. The gaze of George's family was locked on me. All three of them had the exact same look in their eyes. That night, I was forced to go back to my room and sleep in the same room as George. I didn't dare close my eyes. I just curled up, peeking over at the other bed. Suddenly, George sat up in the dark and held out the gold watch. "This is the first and last gift I can give you," George whispered. "You really wanted it, didn't you?" A moment later, I heard strange sounds coming from my parents' room. It sounded like fabric tearing and heavy thuds. Pure terror pushed me over the edge. I sprinted into my parents' room, screaming about man-eating monsters, begging them to call the police, and telling my dad to get his gun. My parents woke up looking incredibly annoyed. They scolded me for watching too many horror movies and insisted that George's family were lovely people. I cried and begged until they finally let me sleep on their floor. But I couldn't sleep. Every little noise made me jump, and I couldn't get George's story out of my head. Eventually, I passed out from pure exhaustion. The next morning, I woke up with a start. My parents were there, my dad was drinking coffee, and my mom was making breakfast like any other day. Everything was so normal that I wondered if the whole night had just been a long nightmare. "Where is George's family?" I asked. "They left early this morning," my dad said casually. I went back to my room and was shocked to see George's watch sitting neatly on my desk. He had kept his word. It was mine. On Monday, George didn't show up to school. Our teacher gave a brief announcement saying his family had moved away because his dad's work schedule had changed. I sat there staring at George's empty seat all day, not hearing a single word of the lesson. I felt confused, hollow, and a little bit haunted. I had almost convinced myself that I was just being paranoid about George's family until the next day. News broke that a kid in our grade had gone missing. The whole school was in a panic because there wasn't a single trace left behind. I immediately remembered what George had said. They lure prey at local schools and move constantly, never staying in one place for more than a month. I wonder if it was just a coincidence, or if George's family was hiding something truly dark. To this day, that missing kid has never been found, and I still wonder who George's family really was. I still have the watch. Even though I wanted it so badly that I came up with a whole plan to steal it, I've never felt any joy in owning it. Every time I look at that gold face, I feel a chill. I never manipulate people or scheme to get what I want anymore. Instead, I try to live with genuine kindness. I have a feeling that when you get things through trickery, you end up paying a very heavy price. My name is Dennis. After graduating from college, I stayed in New York to live and work. My hometown is in Virginia. My mother passed away when I was 16, so my dad is the only family I have left. We are very close and have never been afraid to show how much we care about each other. However, because of my busy work schedule, I only get to visit him during major holidays. The rest of the time, we stay in touch through our usual weekend phone calls. This strange story happened on a freezing night in February of last year. I had just gotten back to my apartment after a very late meeting. I was exhausted, but suddenly my phone started ringing. It was an unknown number, but I had a gut feeling that something was wrong. "Is this Dennis Parker? This is Oakwood Hospital. We need to inform you that your father, Henry Parker, is currently in the emergency room. His condition is very serious. You should get here immediately." My heart felt like it stopped beating. I went into survival mode instantly. I grabbed my coat and my keys and sped off into the night. The drive from New York to my hometown usually takes about 5 hours, but in the middle of a massive snowstorm, the road felt like it went on forever. The temperature outside had dropped to about 27 degrees. Around 2 a.m., I had already passed through Delaware and was only about 30 miles from home. Suddenly, a bizarre sensation washed over me. It wasn't just typical sleepiness. I felt a wave of intense nausea, and my chest felt tight, like someone was squeezing it. Then, my ears started ringing. A high-pitched screeching sound, like static on a broken radio, ran down my spine and made my head spin. My vision went blurry, and the snowflakes hitting the windshield looked like ghosts flying straight at my face. Just when I thought I was going to lose control of the car, I saw the lights of a Shell gas station on the side of the highway. I swerved in, parked, and stumbled into the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. In the mirror, my face was pale, and my eyes were bloodshot from the stress. When I walked to the counter to buy a bottle of water, I froze. Standing behind the register was Caleb, an old friend from high school. We used to be best friends, but we lost touch completely after we went off to college. Caleb looked a bit pale. His skin seemed grayish under the fluorescent lights, but he gave me a familiar smile. "Dennis? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Still out of breath, I told him about the call from Oakwood Hospital and my dad's condition. As soon as I mentioned the name of the hospital, Caleb's face went white. He looked at me with total horror, as if I had just said the craziest thing in the world. "Dennis, what are you talking about? That hospital was boarded up and abandoned 5 years ago. There was a huge gas leak and a fire that killed 2 nurses. The place is just a ruin now, nothing but rubble and barbed wire." Caleb's words felt like a bucket of ice water being dumped on me. With shaking hands, I checked my phone's call history. To my absolute shock, there was no record of an unknown number calling me at midnight. My call log only showed my usual contacts from work. I immediately called my dad. After a few rings, he answered. He sounded full of energy and a bit surprised. "Dennis, why are you calling this late?" "Dad, are you okay?" "Where are you?" "I'm at the Veterans Bowling Club. I'm doing great. It's just my wallet that's not doing so well." I could clearly hear the sound of bowling pins crashing and people laughing in the background. I felt a massive wave of relief, but I was also completely confused. I looked at Caleb. He was still standing there, nodding quietly as if he already knew the answer. I figured someone had played a cruel prank on me, or maybe I was just so overworked that I was having a mental breakdown. I got back in my car and drove all the way back to New York that same night, telling myself I'd see a therapist the next day. The next morning, my dad called me back. I told him the whole story. He was baffled and insisted that he had been fine all night. But when I got to the part about the gas station, my dad's voice suddenly dropped, and he went silent for a long time. "Dennis, listen to me. That Shell station, it's been closed and abandoned for 6 months." My heart started racing again. My dad continued, "There was a violent robbery there. Mr. Toby, the owner, and his whole family disappeared into thin air that night. The county police have been offering a reward for any info on them for half a year now." "But Dad, I saw Caleb. I talked to him." "Dennis, Caleb was Mr. Toby's son. He went missing with the rest of the family that night. No one has seen them since." I collapsed onto the floor, breaking out in a cold sweat. I opened the maps on my phone and retraced my route from the night before. I found a detail that made my skin crawl. If I hadn't stopped at that ghost gas station to see Caleb, the road I was on would have led me directly into the main gates of the abandoned Oakwood Hospital. As I searched for more news about the gas station and the hospital, I found a local report stating that the police had discovered a massive, deep hole that had been dug right in the middle of the old hospital lobby just a few days prior. If I hadn't stopped, I would have driven straight into that pit in the middle of a snowstorm with zero visibility. I looked at my watch and the date, wondering if I was dreaming or if this was real life. What was actually happening? It felt like a nightmare, but the evidence of the route and the call to my dad were undeniable. The question that haunts me to this day is, if Caleb is missing, who was playing his part to stop me from going to that abandoned hospital? Was it the spirit of an old friend protecting me from another dimension? And that phone call, was it something trying to lure me into a death trap in a ruined hospital? My name is Owen. I was 12 years old that year, and my parents took me to my grandparents' house for spring break. It was a small village right next to a forest with a name that sounded creepy, Gunner's Clough. At the time, I didn't think much of the name. I was just excited to get away from the crowded city and the mountain of homework waiting for me. The best part was that the local kids welcomed me right away. We became friends after just one afternoon of playing soccer in an empty lot near the church. During our first night hanging out, the group told me about the forest and a man who lived there all by himself. His name was Marsh. They only told me his name so I would know who he was, but none of them actually called him that. To them, he was Fishface. It was a nickname that sounded both childish and mean, but when they described his face, I understood why they used it. Everyone described Mr. Marsh the same way. He had unusually large, bulging eyes with so much white showing that he always looked like he was staring in shock. His lips were thick and sagging, and even when his mouth was closed, they didn't quite cover his teeth. The most striking thing was his flat head, as if it had been pressed thin from both sides. Mr. Marsh lived in a rickety old wooden cabin deep in the woods. Hardly anyone ever saw him during the day. The village kids treated messing with him like a game. They would throw rocks at his roof or ring the doorbell and run away. To them, it was a test of courage. No one had ever seen him chase anyone. That was exactly what made it so exciting. If he had come out screaming with a stick, the kids probably would have laughed and moved on. But the total silence from that house made everyone curious. One night, the group gathered at the edge of the woods like usual. It was early spring and still cold. The ground was damp, and the air smelled like wet, rotting leaves. Colin, the gutsiest kid in the group, always wanted to push things to the limit. After we talked for a while, Colin suddenly suggested, "Let's go all the way to his house. No more throwing rocks from far away. Let's knock on the door, prank him to his face, and run. Let's make it a night to remember." He said it as casually as if he were asking us to go buy candy. We looked at each other, and no one laughed. We stared into the pitch-black forest in front of us. The tall trees stood close together, their leaves blocking the moonlight. It was dark and terrifying inside. I didn't want to go. My heart was already thumping before we even started. But unfortunately, the whole group was excited by Colin's idea, and they all started walking into the woods. I couldn't stay behind alone. At that age, the fear of being called a coward was stronger than the fear of the dark. I told myself I would just go along for the ride and not actually do anything. After walking for about 15 minutes, the cabin appeared. It looked lonely and dead silent. Following the plan, Colin confidently stepped forward first. He picked up a rock and threw it hard onto the roof. The loud thud echoed through the quiet woods, and then everything went silent again. Jamie, the second boldest kid after Colin, stepped up. He always wanted to prove he wasn't afraid of anyone. Jamie walked right up onto the rotting wooden porch. The boards creaked loudly under his feet. Then, he raised his hand and knocked 3 times firmly on the door. The door swung open unexpectedly right after the last knock. We all jumped back a step, getting ready to run. It was pitch black inside. We couldn't see any furniture or anyone standing there. It was just a deep, dark void, like the mouth of a cave. Jamie turned back to look at us and gave a proud smile. Then, he stepped over the threshold and walked a few steps into the house. We were all stunned by what Jamie did. At first, there were some giggles and whispered jokes, but slowly, everything went quiet. No one said a word. Then, a sound came from inside. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across the wooden floor. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. We all stayed perfectly silent, our eyes glued to the door. 10 minutes passed. One kid suggested we should go get an adult, but Colin told him to shut up. Then Jamie appeared at the doorway. He didn't scream, and he didn't run. He just walked out slowly. His eyes were wide and staring. His face was ghostly white, and his jaw was locked tight. "Jamie?" Colin called out softly, but Jamie didn't react at all. Colin went over and shook Jamie's shoulder, but he just stood there like a statue. One of the kids said in a voice that sounded like he was about to cry, "Run, you guys!" That flipped the panic switch for all of us. Colin had to pull Jamie along as we ran because Jamie's legs were stiff, like they had been glued to the ground. We all agreed not to tell any adults what happened. After that night, we still hung out, but Jamie wasn't there. No one brought up any more crazy ideas. Jamie never spoke another word from that night on. His family took him to see doctors, and they said it was severe psychological trauma, likely from a massive shock. No one knew exactly what he saw or what happened to him. We went to visit him and found him just sitting there, eyes wide open, rocking back and forth. I went back to the city when spring break ended. Over the next few weeks, I tried to stay in touch with the other guys. The news about Jamie didn't get any better. He was moved to a mental health facility. For a whole year, he remained silent. Sometimes he would bang his head against the wall, doing it over and over until his forehead bled. The doctors tried many different treatments, but nothing worked. A year later, Jamie passed away from a self-inflicted head injury. I was in total shock when I heard the news. I haven't had the heart to go back to that village since then. I still talk to a few of the guys occasionally, but no one ever mentions Mr. Marsh anymore. I still wonder if Mr. Marsh was even real, or if he was just a legend we built up. Did he really have a face like a fish? And I always think about that dragging sound from that night. What was it? What could possibly take away a boy's ability to speak in just a few minutes? Perhaps the real secret went with Jamie forever, leaving the rest of us with a silence that never quite goes away. My name is Lily. I'm 29 years old now, working at a law firm downtown. 12 years have passed since that summer night in 2014, but whenever a random number pops up on my phone screen, my finger still freezes for a second. In the summer of 2014, I was 17. We had just finished our high school entrance exams, and the pressure was finally off before starting 10th grade. To celebrate, my parents let me host a slumber party at my house. At first, the guest list was pretty long, but since it was an overnight thing, a lot of parents were strict and said no. In the end, it was just the 3 of us, me, Ava, and Brooke. Around 6 that evening, Ava texted saying she was grabbing some snacks and would be over early. Brooke said she had to double-check with her mom and would let us know. I was so excited. I set out all the pillows and rented a bunch of horror movies from the shop down the street. I kept blowing up the group chat with updates, but only Ava was replying. Brooke was totally silent. By 7 p.m., I ran out of patience. I called Brooke's cell phone, but it just rang and rang until it hit voicemail. I figured her phone died, or maybe her mom took it away. Then I remembered that Brooke had written her family's landline number in my yearbook. Back in 2014, home phones were still pretty common. I flipped through the pages and punched in the number as fast as I could. After 3 rings, someone picked up. The man's voice was deep and sounded tired. I assumed it was Brooke's dad, so I politely asked if she was home. He just gave a short, "Yeah," and said he'd go get her. I heard him set the phone down on a table, followed by his footsteps fading away across a hardwood floor. Then I heard a strange dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. After about a minute, a girl's voice came on the line.
Hello?
"Hey, it's Lily. I couldn't get through to your cell, so I called the house. What's the word? Is your mom letting you come over?" There was total silence. It was a heavy, thick silence, so quiet I could hear the static on the line. Her voice was trembling. She sounded weak and raspy, like she had been crying for a long time. "Are you okay? You sound really weird."
Lily, my dad, he's standing right next to me."
she whispered. Her breathing was fast and shallow. I froze.
What do you mean? What's going on?
Suddenly, without any warning, her voice changed completely. It became loud, clear, and almost too cheerful.
Oh, sorry. I actually can't make it tonight. Have fun, though.
Then she hung up. The dial tone left me sitting there in shock. I felt like I had seen a ghost. I remembered Brooke's voice differently. I thought maybe she was sick and her parents were grounding her and she was just upset. I felt disappointed, but I tried to brush it off. I called Ava to tell her Brooke wasn't coming, but Ava sounded confused. She told me Brooke had just texted her saying her mom gave her the green light to come over. I immediately called Brooke's cell again. This time, she picked up on the first ring. Her voice was the one I knew, full of energy and totally normal.
Why do you keep calling me?
Brooke laughed. I just called your house. You said you couldn't come. Brooke laughed even harder. Lily, are you crazy? My dad has been on a business trip in California since Monday. It's just me and my mom. Besides, we got rid of our landline last year. That phone has been broken forever. My heart dropped. I opened my call history and looked at the digits one by one. It turned out that in my rush, I had mistyped the very last digit. I hadn't called Brooke's house at all. I had called a complete stranger. But the terrifying part wasn't the wrong number. It was that the man and the girl on the other end acted like they actually knew me and Brooke. Maybe the girl's name was Brooke too. Later that night, once Ava and Brooke were both at my house, I told them everything. My cozy living room suddenly felt cold. Ava, who was always the curious one, had an idea that I wish I had turned down. Call it back. Put it on speaker. I want to know what's going on. In the dark room, with only the dim light of the TV flickering, I dialed the number again. I hit the speaker button. The ringing felt like it lasted forever in the quiet house. On the 7th ring, someone picked up. No one said hello. There was only breathing. It was heavy, wet, and slow, like the person had their mouth right against the receiver. We all huddled together, holding our breath. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the phone. We all jumped. The scream was long and ear-piercingly loud. We scrambled away from the phone, terrified. The screaming continued, sounding like someone was in unimaginable pain. Then, the line went dead. The sudden silence made the air feel impossible to breathe. Call the police, Brooke whispered, her face as white as a sheet. But tell them what? Ava argued, her voice shaking. We called the wrong number. They'll just think it's a prank call. We don't even know where that house is. In the end, our fear of getting in trouble won. We decided not to tell any adults, and we never dared to call that number again. We tried to go back to our party, turning the music up loud and eating junk food, but our eyes kept darting back to the phone sitting on the table. Now, at 29, I still check every phone number at least 3 times before I hit dial. I still wonder about that girl. Was her name really Brooke? Or did that man force her to pretend to be my friend the moment he heard me say the name Brooke at the start of the call? I'm afraid that on the night I dialed the wrong number, I didn't just make a mistake. I think I accidentally listened in on a nightmare happening in the dark.
It's been a few years, but I still can't forget what I saw on the security camera that morning. The image of the back door of the gas station slowly opening, but no one walking out. I'm Megan, 32 years old. I work the morning shift at an old gas station in a small town in Montana. It's pretty remote, with just a few gas pumps, a small convenience store, and a gravel parking lot in the back. I would arrive at 6 a.m. to take over for the night shift employee, a woman named Dora. The stillness of this place, especially before the sun was fully up, always made me feel a little uneasy. It was a morning in autumn. I arrived at the gas station about 10 minutes earlier than usual. When I walked into the convenience store, a middle-aged man was standing at the counter, his hands in his pockets, looking a little grumpy. The counter was empty. I guess this customer had been waiting for a while and was getting annoyed. "Dora?" I called out loudly, but there was no answer. I quickly apologized to the man and checked him out. After the man left, I looked around the store. The counter was as neat as usual, the cash register was locked, and the shelves were not disturbed. I went to the back stockroom and called out a few more times. I checked the bathroom, but there was no sign of Dora. On the break room table, I saw her phone. I wondered if she had an emergency and left without having time to let me know. I ran outside and looked at the parking lot. Dora's car was still parked near the back. A feeling of confusion started to rise in me. Dora always followed work procedures. No matter what, she would always inform me and the boss about the situation. I called my boss and briefly told him everything. My boss told me to check the security camera and call the police if necessary. I opened the computer at the counter and logged into the CCTV system. The station had 3 cameras, one at the counter, one at the gas pumps, and one in the back parking lot. My hands trembled a little as I rewound the footage from 4 a.m. when Dora was still at the counter. The video began with Dora standing behind the counter, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. She looked normal, maybe just a little tired from the long night shift. Then suddenly, she looked up, her eyes directed toward the back door, as if she had just heard something. After a few seconds of listening, Dora quickly stepped away from the counter and went straight toward the back door. I immediately switched to the parking lot camera, not understanding why I felt so tense. The screen showed the door slowly opening, the hinges creaking softly, but there was no Dora, no one there at all. I rewound it in slow motion, my eyes glued to the screen, watching every second. The door opened, the air seemed to stand still, then the door closed. I still didn't see her. "No way! What is this?" I mumbled to myself. I checked the time again, making sure the 2 cameras were perfectly synchronized. The camera wasn't broken. Everything else on the screen looked completely normal. Dora's car, the trash can behind the store. But Dora seemed to have vanished into the darkness. A feeling of fear washed over me, making my hands and feet go cold. I tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe she had stayed close to the wall, avoiding the camera's angle, and then ran straight into the pine forest behind. But why would she do that? Did someone call her out? Or was someone waiting, threatening her? These thoughts made me shiver and look around the store. Suddenly I felt scared of this familiar place. I called the police. While waiting, I went out to the parking lot and stood right at the back door, observing everything. The ground was covered with gravel and dry leaves. The dense pine forest was about 50 yards away. I imagined Dora running in there. But for what reason? Where did she go? The police arrived. They thoroughly checked the store, the parking lot, and rewatched the video. An officer took careful notes and asked me about Dora. I told him what I knew. Dora was 28, lived alone in a small apartment near downtown Livingston, and had been working the night shift for 2 years. The officer asked if Dora had any enemies, or if there was anyone suspicious in the area. I was stunned for a few seconds. I said I didn't know. Dora and I weren't close enough to know too much about each other. The police checked Dora's car. The door was unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. A cup of cold coffee was on the passenger seat, next to a neatly folded sweater. There were no signs of a struggle or an attack. The police called a search team, but the forest was too vast, and the autumn wind had caused a thick layer of fallen leaves, covering any possible traces. Dora's apartment was also searched, but there was nothing unusual. No clues were found. In the following weeks, the story of Dora's disappearance spread throughout the town. The local newspaper published a short article asking for information from the public. A few people said they had seen Dora, but the information they provided was not helpful. 3 years have passed, and Dora is still missing without a trace. I still work at the gas station, but every time I open the back door to take out the trash, I always feel a strange cold draft. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but I can't understand how Dora disappeared. Was she afraid of something in the forest? Or was someone really waiting in the darkness where the camera couldn't record? I always want to believe that Dora simply quit her job and is living peacefully somewhere far away. But then, every time the back door creaks open in the wind, I find myself involuntarily turning my head, half hoping, half afraid, that Dora will walk in. My name is Anna. This story happened 8 years ago, when I was 15, living in Los Angeles, California. I often babysat to earn extra money. I lived near a pretty wealthy area where people were usually generous with their pay. There was never a shortage of babysitting jobs, so I made a decent amount of money. I've had to watch some pretty strange kids, but the case I'm about to tell you is truly the most special one. It was the Barnes family. They had a 9-year-old son named Michael. His parents were busy with work, so they didn't have much time for him. Instead, they gave the babysitter a long list of requirements and a very generous payment in return. They told me that Michael was a smart kid, but sometimes a little different, and needed a little more special attention. From the moment I met Michael, he seemed very quiet. The Barnes' house was spacious, with many bedrooms, a large living room, a kitchen, and a playroom specifically for Michael. The house was modern and neat, giving it both a cozy and comfortable feel. I was going to sleep there for one night. I was given a room near Michael's playroom. The playroom had a big toy closet. It was big enough for a Lego table with tons of pieces and other toys. Michael would spend most of his time in that area, building Legos and playing alone, but I would often hear him talking as if someone else was in there with him. I guess this might be the issue his parents mentioned. Michael would only leave the closet to eat and then go right back in. He didn't come out until I told him it was time for bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up to sounds coming from the closet, like Lego pieces clattering together. I sat up, turned on my nightlight, and called out to Michael. Immediately, the noise stopped. I got out of bed, deciding I would go to the playroom next door and see what was going on. When I turned on the playroom light, no one was there. The light inside the closet that Michael played in wasn't on, so I was confused. Michael couldn't possibly be playing in the dark. I went and opened the closet and turned on the light, but Michael wasn't in there. I didn't see anyone, so I went back to my room and went back to sleep. A while later, I woke up again. It was probably because I wasn't used to the place. There was light coming into my room from outside. I was sure Michael was in the playroom. I called out to Michael again. I was a little annoyed. I thought he was trying to get away with not sleeping and sneaking back into the playroom. I went into that room again and saw the shadow of a pair of feet at the bottom of the closet door. Then I heard a little giggle, as if Michael was teasing me. I knew for sure he was in there. I walked over and threw the door open. but it was truly terrifying when no one was in there. The spot where the shadow of the feet was now completely empty. I ran to Michael's room in a panic. I saw the boy was sound asleep in his bed. I locked the door, then lay down on the floor next to him. I just wanted to feel a sense of security with someone else there. The next day, when Michael's parents came home, I decided to keep quiet about what I had seen. I was sure about what I saw, but I was also sure that no one would believe what I had to say. I know there are a lot of strange and unexplainable stories. I've read them online and heard people tell them, but I would usually laugh at them. Until that day, I was the one who witnessed it. I took the payment, felt relieved, and left. I told myself I would never babysit for that family again. Even though I had left, whenever I think about it, the images, sounds, and chaotic feelings of that night still send shivers down my spine. I don't know what to believe, but I do know that the fear I felt has stayed with me longer than the money I received.
My name is Andrew. I was born and raised in Los Angeles. My father was a police detective, a serious, quiet man with sharp, cold eyes. Growing up, the person I loved and felt closest to wasn't my father. It was my Uncle Caleb. To my young eyes, Uncle Caleb was the coolest guy in the world. He was my father's younger brother, but he was the total opposite of a stern detective. He ran a surf shop at Santa Monica Beach. He had shoulder-length hair, always wore sunglasses, and laughed loudly like life was just one big game. He lived in a small blue house by the ocean with his girlfriend, Lena. She was tall, tan, and had hair as red as fire. Every summer, my family would drive down to hang out with them. Uncle Caleb taught me to surf, while Lena built sandcastles with me and my little brother. Those were the happiest days of my childhood. One summer, when I was 7, everything changed. We were all packed and ready to go to Uncle Caleb's. I was so excited about my new swimsuit and the fact that I'd grown a few inches. Suddenly, my dad announced that Uncle Caleb was busy and the trip was canceled. I was heartbroken and cried for hours. Dad comforted me by promising we would go the following week. But that trip never happened. I remember my parents acting very strange after that. They whispered to each other with serious faces. My mom cried a lot at night. I could hear her sobbing from their bedroom. My father became even colder and more distant. The next day, my parents sat my brother and me down. Dad told us Uncle Caleb had died in a car accident. Mom added that he had gone to heaven. I just sat there in silence. I was only 7, too young to really understand death, but I knew one thing for sure. He was never coming back. There would be no more summers at the blue house by the beach. I cried a lot, but eventually, a huge void opened up in my life, and I didn't know what to do with it. As time passed, the wound was buried. I grew up, went to college, got a job, and fell in love. But in the dusty corners of my memory, Uncle Caleb was always there. A piece of my childhood that had been snapped off and never mended. When I was 27, living with my girlfriend Emily in Oxnard, we happened to be driving down the Pacific Coast Highway, PCH, towards Santa Monica to visit my parents. As we passed a steep cliffside, Emily pointed out the window. "I just remembered something," she said softly. About 20 years ago, a friend of my mom's went on vacation with her boyfriend to a cabin somewhere near here, and they vanished. A few days later, the police found the boyfriend's car at the bottom of a cliff. I kept driving and listening, not realizing where this was going yet. The boyfriend died inside from a broken neck. But Lena, they found her in the trunk. Her body had been dismembered and wrapped in bags. When I heard the name Lena, I slammed on the brakes. Emily gasped and grabbed my arm. "What's wrong with you?" What was the boyfriend's name? My voice was trembling. I think it was Caleb. I couldn't say another word, even though Emily kept asking what was wrong. My mind went blank, and my heart was pounding out of my chest. I called my father that night. He wouldn't explain over the phone and told me to come over the next day. When I arrived, my mother was in tears. She apologized for hiding the truth for so long to protect me. "You were so small," she sobbed. "We didn't know how to tell you." My father sat down next to me. He told me that on that fateful day, Uncle Caleb had called him from the road. "Your uncle was delirious," Dad said. "He was screaming nonsense." My father was actually the one assigned to investigate the case back then. He was at the scene. He was the one who saw Lena's body in the trunk, and he saw his own brother dead in the driver's seat with a broken neck and a bloody face. As he told me the story, my father mentioned details that confused the entire investigative team. Nobody could understand what actually happened. That weekend, even though the camping area was usually packed, every single cabin surrounding the one where Caleb and Lena stayed was empty. There were no witnesses. No one heard a scream, and no one saw anything unusual. Just a few hours before that delirious phone call, a gas station attendant saw them acting completely normal. Caleb pumped gas while Lena bought a soda. They were laughing and kissing before getting back in the car. The attendant said they looked very happy. But in the 20 minutes that followed, Uncle Caleb murdered Lena, dismembered her, put her in the trunk, and then intentionally drove off a cliff without his seatbelt on. Caleb didn't do drugs. He didn't drink, and he had no history of mental illness. The toxicology report showed nothing in his system, my father said. He went silent for a long time, then looked me straight in the eyes. For the first time in my life, I saw my father cry. "Son, I've been a cop for over 30 years. I've investigated and analyzed so many criminals. But I will never, ever understand why my kind, gentle brother went insane and committed such a horrific crime. 20 years have passed, but that question still has no answer. What happened in those 20 short minutes? What did Uncle Caleb see or hear? What could turn a man that gentle into a brutal killer? My family will never know, and that will always be a dull, aching pain that never goes away."
Thank you for watching until the end. As mentioned earlier, our goal of reaching 50,000 subscribers in 2026 is still ongoing. If you enjoy these stories, please give us a hand and support us.